Hello and welcome to Man's Model Moments, and this not quite impromptu but slightly late in the day arrangement of a 24-hour build. And it really came about because obviously I showed the B26 Marauder from ICM a little while ago, and I was thinking about really how to showcase it. And I thought, you know what, rather than just doing a traditional build video, so I still have the Beaufort, just finishing that at the moment, just bringing all those elements together. Really, really nice kit as well. Why don't I do it live? And why don't I do it not all at once? Because I think trying to get a 24-hour build together for people in general is quite difficult. It's quite difficult for people to kind of, commit to going in and looking at some of that. If you look at some of it and not other parts of it, kind of miss big sections. So I thought, why don't we just actually, and just excuse. Hopefully you can hear me now better. It was using the wrong audio, which I suspected it might be, because I've just put on the second camera. If I can show you, here we go. We have close-up camera. Then we have the general camera. So, and setting that when you plug a new piece of tech in, instantly it says, oh, you want to use this for everything, including the microphone, even though it's got a crappy little microphone in it, which, we're not going to use that. We're going to use the proper one. But yes, I thought, why not do a full build, and I'm including painting in all of that as well, of the kit. So I kind of want to take you through the way that I approach building kits. It's not to say it's the right way. I'm sure some people have a better way of doing it than some of the ways I do things. But just show you the kind of processes that I go through. Not that they're typically different from probably most modelers, but so you can see all of the bits that I do in a build of this sort. It is out of the box. I'm not adding pieces to it. I think a lot of modern kits enable you to do an out of the box build, which is more than acceptable, can be actually really good, because the quality of today's components, especially from the likes of Tamiya, Airfix, modern Airfix, if you get a good one, ICM and the like, a lot of the a lot of the Chinese manufacturers, like Hobby Boss, Trumpeter, Border Model, Ryefield, all of these. So yeah, that was kind of the thought. Not a shower thought this time, but I'm not wearing a dressing gown, thankfully. So I thought I'd split this up into a 6-hour session today, a 10-hour session tomorrow. God knows what I'm going to look like by the end of that, I feel like. And then 2 further 4-hour sessions on Tuesday and Thursday. So that doesn't interfere with anything else. It doesn't interfere with Airfix and Chill. It doesn't interfere with the midweek model meet. And also, it's not going to get too samey, because, I think just watching somebody do the same thing for any length of time is going to be pretty dull. So here we are. And thank you for spending your Saturday evening with me. So as I mentioned, I am looking at the ICM, get a good view of it there of my face, 1/48 scale B26B Marauder. Quite excited about this kit. The Marauder is one of those aircraft that is actually pretty underrepresented in the modeling world. And even with this model, and I'm talking about really, because I am doing some videos, as some of you may know, if you're a channel member or a Patreon subscriber, you'll know from the Discord server that I'm thinking of doing some videos on the least represented subjects in modeling, which again, like with most things, like the best model company in the world, is slightly subjective because you have to think, well, what is that? What is least represented? Does it mean the least tooled? Because obviously something that has 0 tools of it is not represented at all. But then if only one was ever made of that, you know, how does that compare to an aircraft that had, say, 500 production made and only has 3 tools? What if those tools were all in the 1960s? So again, it's that kind of thing. But anyway, I've done a bit of looking into it, a bit of research, as is my wont. It does involve an Excel sheet. It does involve calculations. And the Marauder is actually one of those aircraft that is pretty much underrepresented, even with this 1/48 scale tooling just coming out. Whilst I'm just here, just let me say hello to people. David Markey, good evening. Stuart, good evening. That's Gary T for everybody. Oh, Apotecario. I have horribly murdered that, I'm sure. Hello. Hobby Time, good evening. Aries Styrene from a cloudy Toronto. It is a beautifully sunny, warm day here in the southwest of England. So I can only commiserate at your Toronto weather. You are at the same latitude as Nice in France, so you should really be better than us. I know that because I've been a couple of times to Toronto. I used to work for a company based in Mississauga, just to the south. And I really like Toronto, real melting pot of a city. Not quite sure now Trudeau's gone in his like extreme views, but we'll see how he does it next election. What else do we have here? Mario, good evening. Now, is Sato the same as Apotecario? Don't know, it's the same symbol, but good evening anyway. And Hobby Time, Davros, Mark, all good evening. I wasn't expecting the yes, well, yeah. I have to do the crazy build stuff from once in a while. So obviously, first up, looking at the instructions is a big part of any build, right? And if you don't check the instructions, you don't check, you know, any pointers that the manufacturer has for you from the outset, you've only got yourself to blame, really problems. So one of the things straight away in the instructions, and ICM are really good at doing this actually, is telling you which parts not to use. Now, the fact that they have parts not to use gives an indication of there are different versions down the road. Those are a couple of clear parts. So I'm going to put some of these things to the side. So for instance, you know, the decal sheet, which is really nice actually, some really massive decals on there, which I probably won't end up using. I'm probably going to use one of the nose art versions. There are many screws, many screws, and of course the clear sprue is right down at the bottom in its own bag. And as I showed on the unboxing, also wrapped in this foam, which is really nice. So there are 2 versions, and they are very similar. Now, I don't know the Martin Marauder well enough to really distinguish. The only difference on this one seems to be that there's a piece of cross framing there that there isn't on the other one. And then for the noses, they both have optically flat pieces, obviously for the bomb sight. I don't see any really physical differences between them. That may just be my lack of knowledge. But let's put all of these sprues to one side again. kind of running out of space. This is non-optimal, I can tell you, the way I've got things laid out here. Now it's sunny, I could go back out into the man shed, but that would mean moving the computer and everything. So I'm compromising here. But looking at the way these are laid out, it is actually this one and this one which are not used. So it looks like we are using the one with the extra piece of framing, which is correct. So the first thing I'm going to do is clip those off. And throughout this, what I'm going to be using are my Display single-bladed nippers. I will switch over to the other camera once I've got through this sort of big general spiel and the start of it when we get into proper modelling. So now I know that what I've got on there is what I actually need. Now I can put those, wrap it back in the nice foamy bit and put it back in the plastic and put it back in the box so I don't do something horrible with that. Okay. Apart from that, the only other thing that isn't used looks like a machine gun. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. And then we are straight into the first page of the instructions. So I have, of course, my trusty scalpel. So for the first part of the build, mainly the tools I use are my single-bladed nippers, the scalpel, and my Tamiya thin equivalent, and the ubiquitous sexy gogs, which have got really need a damn good clean. Yeah, this is, I tend not to change the magnification on them really too much, and this is, I think, the middle one. It's kind of the general purpose one for me. Right, so what I do need is my kind of extra thing. It's not Tamiya extra thin, even though it's in the bottle, but chemically it is. So, but it wasn't made by Mr. Tamiya and his cohort of people. Okay, I think probably the best thing is, let me move my webcam down to give you a desk view. Maybe a little bit over. Let me adjust my lighting so that you guys actually get some decent lighting here. And I would say probably one of the most important things for any modeling project is that you've got decent light. The light I have is actually better than it looks on this. Actually, maybe I can put these sideways. That might actually be better. And I'm going to move this light like so, like so. And I've got my close-up camera. Okay. I'll probably change these lights for tomorrow because they're not actually giving the best view for you all. Also, I think I need to clean this. I'm not sure that is the issue there. You know what? Let me switch over the cameras. There we go. Turns out I still had some protector on the camera. Not helpful. All right. I think actually I may use the close-up camera. I think this is going to give you a better representation of what I'm seeing and what is going on at the time. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? Okay, so let's get some plastic onto the bin. So the first parts of these really big, and you can see this is the size of my hand. This is the size of these fuselage halves. They are absolutely massive. Let's get the sexy gogs on. Can't do without those. So when I trim with these, I generally try to get reasonably close to the fuselage. I'll leave that one because I'll come back to it. It's worth showing you something on that one. Yeah, so here we do have like a lip, you can see around here. So I want to make sure that I don't, do anything with that. Now it does seem that it's actually just a molding artifact, so that's actually fine. But trying to cut absolutely flush. You see here, I've left a little bit of a nub. Here, I've left a bigger one because that gives me more scope to actually adjust that. Now we're only looking at one side at the moment, but I'm going to cut the other one free because we've got this big sort of sprue runner that isn't doing anything. Other than getting in the way. Now, I have absolutely no idea whether 24 hours is a reasonable, a short, or a long amount of time to be doing this kit. So we'll be discovering that together. But I have used the first 20 minutes just wittering and organizing myself, which is, I think, about right for most model builds. Usually it's a bit more, I would probably say. And I didn't want to prepare anything too much in advance. I'm actually going to move this a little bit like that so that you're not getting quite as much. There we go, that's better. Getting a better view there. Yeah, because I didn't want to approach this like, oh, everything's set up. I wanted to approach it kind of like you would be approaching a model, just, going to get your model out, you're going to get your tools, and then you're going to get to work, right? If I was doing a 1 hour challenge, yeah, I might prepare my tools and stuff a bit more, in advance, because I want to spend the absolute minimum amount of time changing things. Okay. I've immediately realized my mistake in that I don't have my drill here. And the first thing it's calling for are 4 1mm holes to be drilled there, but these are all marked out on the plastic very clearly. So I'm not going to worry about that too much. That can be done at any time up until we close stuff up. So let's ignore that. Actually, step 1 here is adding G13 and 14 together. So what is G13 and 14? So this is G 13 and 14, just here. Now here I will try and cut right at them. So one of the great advantages of single bladed nippers is you can really get, flush up and cut. I actually nicked the part there. And generally, and this is just me, I like to trim with my knife rather than using sandpaper or anything at this stage. I don't have much to trim off anyway. I guess this is kind of historical. And yes, I'm aware I'm cutting towards myself. This isn't that sharp a blade. And I find, as I've said before, I get more control. Let me just move the microphone a little bit, because otherwise I don't think you're going to get much of my voice. I find you get much more control, or I in particular get much more control. That's just what I've learned over the years. That was a lot of glue. That was more glue than I intended. Yeah, well, that worked pretty well. So just looking ahead, obviously this goes into the fuselage here, but I'm just looking at other parts here. F51, G33. So there's a bit of diving around between sprues here. And if you notice, all of these are calling out different colors. I'm ignoring all of that because I don't paint individual pieces before putting them on. So let's get those G pieces. We have G33, which is this. Yep. We have G11, which looks tiny. It's not actually. I expect it to be like a really thin piece. I will probably also stop talking if I feel I'm doing something with the capacity to injure myself. The concentration that's required will increase. Right, we also have, G30, that's another. So there's G11. These are my pieces. Assembly 1. There's my G33. G30. If anybody knows what any of these pieces are, please do let me know. So something else that I occasionally do before starting a kit is go around and cut all of these little tabs off. So these little things are basically so that when the injection mold injects the plastic, to make sure that it goes through and into those, to make sure you've got a nice completely filled part. I did actually on the Beaufort mistake those for actually part of the undercarriage and left them on right up until I've just now come to the point where I've got to put the undercarriage on. I'm just like, these parts aren't actually supposed to be on this at all. So I'm now cutting them off. And then of course you have to repaint those pieces. Fortunately it's aluminium, so it's not too much of a hassle. Okay. There's our G30. A little bit of a seam down that piece. So things like that at this stage, I'll run my scalpel down them just to remove that. Principally, I'm not going to the point of cleaning up anything with kind of like sandpaper or files or anything at this stage, because a lot of that won't necessarily be needed. So now I've got F51 and 55 I need. I have no idea where they are. Not this one. I expect actually a lot of time in modelling is spent trying to find parts. And one thing I know that some people do, which I should probably get into the habit of, is putting a little marker on each of the sprue frames. Effects do it really nicely because they actually have these great big, hollow numbers or letters on the frames, so you can actually tell which of which. This is the frame I'm after. This is F. As you can see there, frame F. I want 51, which is this piece here. And F55. Which is this one here. It's actually got a little bit of a bend in it there. Yep. Yeah, I'm definitely going to change this lighting setup tomorrow. This is not ideal. Some people find ICM plastic too soft. I think it's absolutely perfect. Or I'd rather have something which is slightly too soft, but it holds the detail, than something which is too hard and is difficult to manipulate. When it makes the cleanup easier. God, I've left a big tab on that one. Okay, now here are these little tabs. Now these ones actually aren't that easy. to come in at. Because I don't want to damage those pieces next to them. And that's sometimes where a nice little pair of double-bladed snippers can actually be better, you know, to be able to get in and just take that off, because you're going to do the majority of your work anyway, probably with your knife. So a little bit of flash at the end here. A tiny bit here at the end as well. Okay, that's that. Yeah, we've got these little tabs on. You end up with hundreds of these little tabs. They're worth saving if you make your own sprue glue, because they are already a nice, you know, quite small size. You don't have to end up cutting up your sprue into tiny pieces when you've got lots of these little bits already there. Because the main thing with making sprue glue is time. Here we go. Okay. Now, let's just move all of these pieces across. Normally, I wouldn't have the instructions here. It's because of the limitations of space that we have for doing this filming at the same time. Normally, I would have all these on a nice white space so that I can see where everything is. I don't lose anything. I can see where all the pieces are compared to where they're supposed to go, etc. Okay, so this is our tiny little piece that goes in here. This little cutout. That just puts in there. A little bit of liquid cement in there. This little assembly which goes up this way. And I believe, let's see, which way does it go? I think it's that way. It sits on there somehow. I do apologize if you get little knocks on the microphone whilst I'm doing this. Part of the problem is the lights are so bright at the side, I can't actually see what I'm doing. Right, it kind of goes like that. I think what is needed for this it's actually like that. So It's amazing how it goes very easily when you've got it the way it's supposed to go. So this actually goes, see there with the curve here, there's like a little shelf that goes out with that on there. It's parallel with this stringer, just perpendicular, coming out at the right angles. Not that you can have a right angles to a circle, but you know what I mean. Alrighty, so I'm going to do the little bits, I think, before trying to put the bigger bits in. I think that's the sensible way to do it. Excuse me. I should really have got my tweezers, but I don't. Okay, that's actually much more positively placed than I expected. So the other thing about cleaning up small parts like this is it's much easier once they're actually attached to something else. So it'd be much easier to scrape that seam, clean that up. Now it's on there than it would have been before, if I choose to do it, because it may actually just not be visible enough. Because once that is in, and that, look at that, that is just, I haven't put any glue on that. That is a remarkable fit. That's just popped into place. That is pretty impressive. You can hear my dog. He's out in the garden enjoying the sun, barking at everything. Imagined threats. Invaders to his territory. He's an idiot. That was very, very nice. All right, the next piece is G33. That comes over here. And that popped in place very nicely. And then F51, this piece goes all the way across this open part with these two little pieces just on these two locators, like so. I'm putting way more glue than I need here because I want to make sure I hit that attachment point, and the extra will evaporate. It won't really matter. Same under here. So there are a couple of ejector pin marks here. This ejector pin mark is the other side of, there's a bulkhead that comes in here. This one I could have put down a bit, but I don't think you're going to see anything of that inside the fuselage from inside either of these if you open them up. Certainly not through that window, so I'm not going to bother. There we go, we have step 2 completed. 43 minutes in. Okay. Lots more pieces. Now, I will not be putting, let's show you here, I'm not going to be putting the transparencies in at this stage. I will spray all of this before I put transparencies in. So just so you know, I haven't forgotten them. So we need G17 and G26 next. Which goes back to our G sprue. Let's see, 17 and 26, I imagine they're going to be, there's 26. There's 16, so that one is 17. That's a 17 and 26. So these, I believe, are the guides for the, like, guide rails for the 2 doors, which I've just broken. I was going to say, I have to be careful with them because they're quite delicate, and I wasn't. So that's what happens when you're not careful enough with your pieces. Ooh, and I've just taken a great chunk out of that one as well. Okay. Not doing so on that one. Now, the way this is broken actually is quite good. Which you probably can't see from even from this close-up cam. But it's broken where there's a little pointy bit at the end and a little insert there, almost like, you know, an actual 2-piece assembly. So I'm going to just tack those together. That was quite serendipitous, actually. So this is one of those things that I think a lot of people get disheartened about, like when returning to modeling or like thinking about coming back to modeling, is they think, oh, I couldn't do that, you know, my hands aren't steady enough, or, you know, I'd break things or anything like that. And the truth is, it doesn't matter. As I've said many times before on the channel and in various streams, you know, Apex and Chill, etc., there are no dead ends in modeling, really. So I'm just looking at where exactly this goes. Okay, I can see that piece goes here. So, and how does that piece actually go in there? No, can't do. Oh, that's because it goes the other way around, Alex. It goes this way round. Now this definitely, I need my tweezers. In in lieu of that, I'm going to use my scalpel. Okay, looks like it actually does go on there. No, we can't do. Can't do, surely. Well, folks, this is that time when I now quickly go to the ICM web YouTube channel. Why can't I find it? Oh, good God. I don't want Flory models review. There we go. So we've got both of those. Okay. Let me just go back there. Okay. So it goes in there and goes down to there. This is very, very useful. So it's actually not as it appears in the instructions. It appears to be saying, I quickly just flip over to this one. How do I switch over? There. So the instruction sheet itself, and this is why those YouTube instructions ICM have done are so useful. Here, it looks like it's saying to put this tab here into the little piece. The arrow goes from this into there, and it's not. It's the top piece that actually goes into there, which makes absolute sense. Makes the whole thing obvious. Be even easier if I actually had tweezers. That works. It doesn't work if you try to use the second piece. So again, it's a fantastic innovation. It's kind of obvious when you know once it's done, but the best innovations are the simple things you just think, why has nobody done this before? Step-by-step instructions on, oh God, Alex. Step-by-step instructions. What you're going to get is 24 hours of me cursing at myself. Step-by-step instructions on YouTube, by video. It's kind of obvious. The fact that it took a family company from Ukraine to actually instigate that rather than one of the main manufacturers is really what's most surprising. I don't mean small in terms of being
derogatory. These smaller manufacturer ICM aren't small by any means, really. 150 employees. But also, people, learn from my mistakes. Get your tweezers out for small parts. Oh dear. You'll soldier on regardless. Right. It's still not 100%. There. I made that much harder for myself by breaking the part and then trying to do it in a way that it wasn't supposed to go, but we got there eventually. Well, let's see if I can not break this part this time. Yeah. Much, much easier when you do it how it's supposed to be done. Yeah, you see, when you do it correctly, it's a doddle. I think the other thing I've done, this isn't correct. I put this in the wrong way around. It's upside down. It's obviously a slot, a sliding piece for this door. There's a door here. I put it the wrong way around. That fits much better. Obviously, because that's the way it's meant to go. It doesn't help particularly that the B-26 had a very cylindrical fuselage. You know, a different fuselage, that would have been more obvious that it was wrong earlier for me. My mistake, of course. A thing that can't be solved by liberal application of Tamiya extra thin. Come on. That must be about. There. Good. Right, so that's all of that I'm doing, because obviously I haven't attached any transparencies there. Then obviously we have the doors themselves down here. And then we have this to open Bombay doors and F-47. So the question is, do we open the Bombay doors or do we close the Bombay doors? My inclination is to leave them open. What do you guys think? Open? Closed? Whilst I find F-47 and put that on, and G-45, let me know in the comments what you think I should do. G45 is this little seat. There. F45. Sorry, F47, not F45. 47 is this side console. So very nice detail on this console. I mean, it looks pretty blank, right? But then you've got these little gauges here. You've got the lever to the side here. Little, looks like a little pouch. Yeah. All rather nice. And that fits in very snugly, very easily. No issues there at all. So generally I use Tamiya extra thin. I will sort of move the panel a little bit, just smoosh it, I guess is the best word, just to make sure, because obviously what you're doing is welding parts together. So if you're increasing contact area and kind of physically moving those, it's making sure that plastic is actually moving against each other and bonding across its length rather than just necessarily wherever the glue, spot touches it, if you like. It just gives you a little bit of a deeper connection. Depends, obviously, if I'm doing a very small part, I won't do that. But on larger parts, I do tend to do that just to ensure that it's going to be a decent bond. Just cleaning up these outer tabs a little bit. I won't do very much because these seams will need some sanding when I connect it all. So I'll address the fine part of that. Just getting the fine bit of this with sanding once it's together, because then we're only doing it once, right, rather than going back and doing it multiple times. The main thing is I don't want to take too much off because I don't want to have to be filling if I don't have to. I'm good there. Big one at the back. I think we're good. Okay, let's go back to this little chair. So this, I think, is the, this is the chair piece for that little head part there. Which, looking at that, I think I put that on the wrong way around. Yeah, I have. So obviously this side comes out more, so it's flush with the chair. It's more comfortable to sit on. Again, not an issue. You won't see any of that change. There's your little seat. No, it looks very comfortable, but all right. Okay. Adrian, am I having gear up or down? Almost invariably, I have gear down because otherwise it means I have to have some means of displaying it in flight, which isn't something really that I have space for, either here or at the shop. I mean, I could do the shop, but it would be a real pain because it's a very high ceiling. Hence why I'm also tempted to have the bomb bays open, so we can see some of the detail, at least inside. Just gives it a bit of interest. You know? Alrighty, so let's have open bomb bay doors. Then D41. Oh God, where's D? I think I did have D. There's G. It's made D. What was it? D41. 41s. Okay, they're reasonably sized pieces. They're not too small, so that's a good thing. Okay, I think I will move the instructions. Yes, they are getting in the way. I can show you the different steps that I'm working on as we come to them. Okay. Now these pieces, I have no idea how they go. This is again where I'm going to turn back. Okay, there's our G41s. Okay, that makes it look very much easier. Again, genius really to do this. So they are with the sort of long side that way. They just kind of slot in like that, right? Again, this would be a time for tweezers, but once again, we haven't done that. For things like this, I often will put in the glue first. It means you're not dropping stuff. It gives you an immediate key, for want of a better word. Although tell me you're extra thin, obviously it evaporates very quickly. Okay. So the only thing I would say about that is that without the Bombay door, I feel a little bit uneasy about the actual positioning of these. So let's have a little race ahead. To where we would put those Bombay doors on, because it is way, way forward. Okay. E7. Let's see, that's going to be that side. So it is actually E8, piece E8 we're going to look at. Old caller. Well, I find E. Which is this one. E8. 7, 8. There we go. Okay. This is part E8. This is the Bombay door. It goes on this side. I just need to make sure that these align with this. Like so. Okay. Not gonna lie, that's not how I would normally do it. I would probably do it the other way around, glue them to this piece, and then put it on at the end. But we are where we are. At least we know that those are aligned now in the right place. Just looking at the camera because I think it keeps trying to autofocus. So bear with me. I don't think I can use that whilst the camera's being used here. Okay. Right, fair enough. Do have the remote control for it, but it's not plugged in at the moment. I just want to stop it trying to focus when I'm moving things around here like that, so that it goes out of focus. Yeah, like that. It really needs to be focused on that point that it is focused now all the time, rather than trying to come in and out of focus. Okay, I'm going to put that aside. I'm going to put this to one side as well because I don't want these to move now that they've been glued. See, it's going out of focus there again and comes in. Apologies about that. I'll get that sorted for tomorrow. Right, let's make sure the desk is a little bit cleaner. There we go. So with that, well, fortunately, we finished with that anyway. I'm going on to the cockpit, or rather the nose tub. It is, isn't it? Nose tub, which is then the cockpit floor. Good. Right, well, we need a bunch of G components again. So let's see. G31, G68. So G31. So there's that piece. G68. That's that piece there. Which is attached by no less than 5 attachment points. And we want pieces C13 and B13. 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 And the floor itself is C12. Which is a lot bigger than I imagined it to be. Boom. Now, what I'm actually going to try and do here, if I can, camera. Aha. Okay, that's not the ideal layout. Just trying to find a kind of what is the best overall layout here. So here you've got the main kind of view, the overview of what I'm doing. Here you have the kind of more focused view. So go like that. There you go. You get a bit more of an idea.
And what I'll have is these lights that are here, like above tomorrow. So I'll get my other lighting rig, which gives the overhead lighting, which is what I usually use for recording. These lights that I have here at the moment are for when I'm streaming, like my face. So they provide kind of ambient background light rather than focused diffuse light, which is what I need for showing you this. So I've got them down on the side at the moment, which isn't ideal because it's giving two cross light rather than, really they should be up here like this. Unfortunately, there is nothing there for me to, maybe I could hook it over that. This, that's going to fall over. Yeah, I don't have a way to really do that well, unfortunately. I bet that is Alexa telling me that there may be a possibility of rain. Alexa, what are my notifications?
One new notification from Amazon. On Sunday, there's a chance of rain near you in Mottcombe, starting around 7 a.m. and continuing intermittently until around 8 p.m.
There you go, folks. You heard it here first. There's a chance of rain tomorrow morning in Mottcombe. She's so useful. I actually set that up so that if there is like a chance of there being like a deluge, I can go and set the flood barrier up at work. You know, if I'm not at work at the shop, if I'm here. Fortunately, she gives us any slight notification. You know, if a cat spits within 100 meters, she notifies us about it. I shouldn't complain, really, but so far she hasn't actually given us any useful notifications. The wonders of AI. So these are obviously the sidewalls here. So the Marauder obviously had a tricycle undercarriage, but my God, that's a big bay for a tricycle undercarriage, a 4 tricycle undercarriage. So thinking of when I did the F15, the Tamiya F15, it's half that size, the width of that bay. Of course, you do have a hatch in the bottom of it, escape hatch, which don't believe the F15 has in the bottom of its wheel bay. Be a bit difficult to get through the ejector seat, etc. So let's put these sides in. Nice broad application. Just a little shimmy, just to make sure that weld is nice and tight. Although it has to be said, the fit here is really good. Those just slot in very nicely. Should clean this piece up as well before I start doing too much more, otherwise I'll forget, because I had to leave these pieces quite long. As you see, there are these 2 little tabs either side, which you don't want to cut off. this. Oh, okay. This is a couple of ridges there that just sits in very nicely, very flush up against these walls actually. It's very nice. And this piece, there's two little tabs, only go in one way, which I always appreciate when manufacturers give us pieces that can only go in one way. Again, this would be much easier if I was actually using the tools I should be, as in a pair of tweezers, rather than my fat fingers. Again, if I grab a drink, get a break and grab a drink a little later, I'll grab my tweezers as well. There. Actually, once in the right place, they pretty much just stay where they should. Which again is appreciated. There we go. That's a nice little bay, nice little bit of detail. And it should be easy to kind of accentuate that with the airbrush and some washing. Let's give it all that plastic crap. That can go to one side. And let's have a look what we need. So that's the piece we've just made, but we need C11 and these two get-ups, these two seats we're going to make. Sorry, one seat, that's the same thing. With these G19 and G20 pedals. So C11. G82. A lot more to come off that piece. G70 and G71. I need F24. F24 is not that one, not that one. It is this one over here. So one of the things I think that Airfix does better than ICM is actually in parts management on the frames. You know, keeping, because I've had to flick between, I think 4 frames so far. C, D, no 5, B, C, D, G, and F to get this far in the build. Whereas Airfix are very good actually at going through, you know, the parts on a single frame to get your first sets of components out, if you like. Don't think ICM are terrible, but I just think it is, you know, people do slate Airfix sometimes. I think Airfix do get a bad rap from a lot of people, and people know, you know, I will call Airfix out for doing stupid stuff, but I think they also do deserve credit where credit is due. And that is one of the points, and that's really down to the designers, you know, to the design team working kind of from a modeler's perspective. It's just like what would be the easiest way of us, you know, putting this together for the modeler, which is, again, you know, commendable. So this goes into the back here. Again, it slots in very nicely. It's a good fit there. I can dry while I just clean up these pieces. Look at this. American seats. Look at this. World War II. Look at that nice cushion you got. The luxury. This isn't even the main pilot seat. I don't think, is it? Or maybe it is. Started going a little bit too deep, trimming on the other side. So one of the dangers of using a knife or scalpel for trimming parts is that you can take away too much plastic, which of course you have less likelihood of doing if you're sanding, but of course it is much faster. And most of the time you'll be okay. So it's kind of one of those, you pays your money and you takes your choice kind of things. Also, it doesn't help, I can't really see what I'm doing. the compromise of being able to film something compared to build it is surprisingly high. Now, don't get me wrong, Pavel, I said they were generally pretty good at it. I didn't say they were perfect. Now again, tweezers here are really the tool I should be using. Mainly because I don't want to cover my fingers in glue, because that would be a detriment to the parts. So what I'm going to do here is a bit what I did before. Just put the glue on first, and then just use the part itself just to pop in there, so I don't have to handle it too much. That goes into the little divot in the part below, which I realise now I've actually put on backwards as well. God damn it. Now, once those pieces are dry, I'll fix these bits aside. That will pull them in. Meanwhile, G19 and G20. Again, you can see we've got some nice surface detail on this part. Sprue G is the fiddly bit part. The one thing that I do like about these sprue frames is they are numbered sequentially. So ICM ones are always, they start with 1, they go all the way through. So you can always find what you're looking for quite quickly. Some manufacturers, and God only knows why they do it, will put like part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and they're just doing it where it's convenient, rather than where it might be logical. It's just like, sort it out, guys. So you can see I haven't fully removed those with these snippers. So that's G19, which is the right or starboard side. That's a very nice locating pin. He says it instantly falls out. But it's nice and positive. Now you notice I am fairly liberal with my liquid glue. That's because it does evaporate pretty quickly. And I want to make sure there's enough for that bond if I'm putting it on first. The rest will evaporate. If you don't touch it, it will just evaporate. It won't really have any effect. So certainly under a coat of paint, you won't see anything. So there's no real detrimental side effect to doing that. Do exactly the same here. There are a couple of ejector pin marks on here. I'm not going to worry too much about those, I don't think, because they will be all but invisible. So we'll see what they look like once this is dried, whether I can just trim them off, just improve them a little bit, because I don't really want to get into trying to sand the edges and stuff. Once the seed and instrument panel is in, you might just see like an impression of them, but you're not really going to see much more. So let me just put the sexy gogs up and just look through the comments here. Okay, apologies for that, Mark. Didn't mean to set off your Alexa. No, you have not missed too much. Really, very much on the starting steps at the moment. Can I ask all you modelers, says Adrian, why do manufacturers supply you with P parts and after pinging them across the room a few times, and when you eventually understand super glue yourself and you get the pigging thing, in the right place, then your next move is you paint the PE. And stick yourself on the supermarket glue. Super glue. Okay. So photo etch, as you know, as all modelers know, is the work of the devil. It can do some nice things. It can also be very inappropriately included in some kits for bits that actually plastic could easily represent just as well. So its use is variable, I would suggest. Now, I'm actually just going here and correcting my error. Well, not necessarily correcting my error. I'm adjusting parts to correct my error. So I glued this on backwards. So this, if you actually look at the instructions, does show you the little cutouts at the back. I put it around the other way around because I hadn't paid too much attention. These pieces on the chair actually do have one-sided lugs that fit into that, which would be perfect if I'd done it the right way around. Because I hadn't, I had to trim those off so that they fit into those at the back. The plus side is, I won't have those joints at the back now, so mine will look better from the back. You won't see it all anyway, so it doesn't matter, but just saying. I know, and now all of you know. But I think that was preferable than trying to take this off because it was glued all across the entire length. It would have been a mess trying to take it off. It would have looked horrible. So that's why I did it that way. It's a very luxurious chair for a World War II bomber, really. So this goes into those holes, like so. Whoa, way too much. There is putting quite a lot of glue on, and there is putting way too much glue on. Okay. On pilot seat. Very nice. So we get rid of that. So this aligns with that hatch. Okay, and then just slopes down to that. Again, really nice fit there. I think this is another one where pre-application is actually going to serve as well. And I'm just going to run in from the sides to make sure we do have good contact there. So please. There we have a nice cockpit floor and nose wheel undercarriage assembly there. So we can put that over to one side. Right, now we start to assemble some of the consoles. So obviously all the throttles, some very interesting bits and bobs here. So we've also got the bomb sight down here. So the Marauder was quite an innovative plane for its time. It did have some slightly different flight characteristics, particularly quite a high landing speed. And it did prove quite problematic when it was first introduced with pilots. But actually, when they got used to it, it got over those sort of like teething problems. It was an extremely reliable and robust platform. Now, we've got a couple more G's here. I'm just going to look through forward as well here across this section. So I'm going to get all the G's for 11 through to 14 here, I think. So G54 is this one. G53, that's very easy because it's right next to it. G3, got a trim wheel. G34. G42 and 43. Let's go for G80 as well. So it's dropping his snippers there. Okay. Now we need F. (20) and 42. And 11, which is easy to see because it's the main control panel. So let's pop that out. There's 42. And there is 20. And then there was also one D1. Again, not the easiest to get out because it's got two locating points. There we go. Alrighty. So let's start off with that central console. There you go. So that one is F20. Okay. So again, I think pre-application cement. I'm just going to put one piece on to start with. Because what I want to do with this is avoid the possibility of getting glue onto the actual faces of the pieces themselves. Because you've got some really nice detail here. And I'm loath to obscure any of it. Now for this, actually, I wouldn't use tweezers because I want the control. I might use tweezers to hold one piece, but generally it's more difficult to make sure you've got hold of all pieces and you end up dropping them. Like with tweezers, because they don't, unless you've got soft touch tweezers, which I haven't found a really good pair of yet. So again, I'm going to pre-apply the glue. Again, minimizes the chances of me getting it onto my fingers. And there we go. We have spared the piece from any excess fingerprints. It's a pretty nice looking little piece actually. Now let's get that trim wheel. Make sure we don't have any seam on that. Good. That's the trim wheel. Instrument panel. Okay. Now, this is where we have a little bit of difficulty because the decal to go on there. Looking at it, just trying to ascertain how that is going to go on versus putting this on, because it actually obscures one of those dials, bizarrely. Oh, that's because it's the wrong way round, Alex, you idiot. There we go. Even so, the way that decal, I think I just need to cut the decal carefully to make sure that, because we've got quite a large area of carrier film which goes over here, so I'm going to have to make sure that that is not present when I put the decal on. So this is the sort of stuff that I will check before I do things. It's like the, don't blame the kit, always dry fit things. But beyond that, it's not just, the fit of the kit and everything. It is, how has this been designed? What was in the mind of the people that made this? Because it may not be the same sort of thing that's in your mind. It may not make sense the way you have done it, and the people that make the decals are probably different people that make the actual kit. So again, you just got to be mindful of this. It's not going to stop me joining these together because I want to spray all of this as one, put the decals on, but I probably will not be putting that into place here until it is painted, because of that decal. So I will leave that as a separate assembly. Now we have the main control column. And a little bit of a seam. So I'm just using the flat of the blade here to scrape the seam. Again, you can use sandpaper here. Just find this is quick. It's one of the ways I'm used to doing things. And what I'll do when it's in place is I'll just put a little bit of Tamiya over this, because what I'll do is it will melt any of the tiny little pieces, the uneven bits left by scraping. It's like a chemical sanding, effectively. See if I can do this without breaking it. Really nice positive attachment on that. And again, I would be using tweezers to put this in place here, because this actually goes down here, like so. which would be a lot easier with tweezers. A lot easier. Believe me. Let's leave that for the time being. Can always come back to it. Don't want to trim too much on that because this is going to be glued together in a moment anyway. Ooh. Here, I'm just going to put glue on these side pieces because if I put it all the way around, my fingers will touch it and it will mar it. It's not like this is a structural piece, you know, so it doesn't have to have that, you know, huge load on it. So a couple of touches around the edge would be fine. This, because it's round, probably will sand. And then G80. It looks like a gear stick, but I'm guessing it's not. I don't think many aircraft had gear sticks like this. Probably for the undercarriage or something. Do I put that in? It's a question. How difficult is it going to be to put this in if that's there? It doesn't leave us a lot of room, so I think I might leave those for this moment. Trim that little tab I hadn't on either side, actually. There we go. This actually sits behind the pilot seat this way, I believe. Like that. I'm actually going to go ahead and glue that in position now. Because I'll be able to, that's quite easily accessible. So I'll just smooth that off. Let it dry. So then we have co-pilot's seat. Wow. He didn't get much, did he? Of your place. It's just like, wow, if you're the co-pilot, you get bugger all. Bombardier got a little bit better, I guess, but not a great deal. Questioning colour between them, but that's all fine. Let's do the bomb sight. I presume that's what that is. Looks like a bomb sight to me. G59 37 79. It's an odd collection of numbers, isn't it? G59 G37 33 36 37 79. Trimming this is not easy because of the complex shape and where that little nub remained. There we go, got it. As I said before, I quite like ICM plastic in terms of how workable it is. It makes these sorts of things much easier. Okay, so this piece goes on top of that in a way that I can't really work out. Like that. It seems to be. Okay. Well, let's put it on this because that'll be easier. A bit more to actually hold. Again, I think this one is one where pre-application of glue is the best option. And this goes on that tiny little bit at the end there. Wow. Sorry, drifting off camera. It's up on site. Now let's put the seat in first. F13 and G2. G2. The 13 is there. This is, I think, angled slightly so it only goes in one way. That's it pretty well. And then obviously this rests on this ridge here, and then it goes in there. No issues there. Well, apart from the fact I can't see straight, so I didn't put it on straight, but there we go. You really do have to admire the bravery of these people, though. The men that went up in these contraptions, you know, many of which were kind of thrown together at a moment's notice, really, compared to the development of how things are done today. Put that the right way around. You know, often without really proper testing. You know, they worked out the problems with these things in the field a lot of the time. Okay. Now, is that correct? Because that pokes over quite a bit, and I'm not sure that is particularly correct. Let's have a little look at those instructions again. Oh, yep, that is exactly. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that is completely different to how it shows you. Okay. Okay, that makes much more sense if it's like that, but not how it is shown. on there. So it can go like that. Okay. So I wondered why that was sticking up like that. It's because this, in fact, has this little slot there. That makes much more sense. Okay, the perspective of that looked completely different. But I'm glad I checked. There's a couple of saves from these instructions on the video, you know. It shows you even a 3D isometric CAD produced set of instructions can be misleading sometimes. Okay. So that's actually how the bomb sight should go, although not canted forward at that angle, Alex. A bit of cleanup on there once that is dry. But that does look much more like I was expecting. And it has actual positive fit. Problem was that the angle it's showing it at is like that. So you don't really get where this piece is attaching. So it looks like it's glued on top of here going out there. But in fact, it's glued at the lip here where there's a little like tab that a little slot fits into on the back here. Which is apparent in the video instructions. Not so apparent there. It's again, these instructions just looks like it's going down onto this, where it's not. This piece here, it should have this arrow going down onto this. Doesn't show that clearly at all. Anywho. Let me have a quick look up at chat. Good evening to everybody who is still with us. What I'll probably do is get to the 3-hour mark and have a quick drink break, bio break for 5 minutes. Give you a chance to get the tweezers I keep talking about. And give all of you a chance to do that as well. So Let's have a little look where we are. So I think actually, with all of that, I want to make sure that this doesn't push forward. I think I might just put that up there. To make sure that's not going to drift forward. Leave these pieces, leave all of those sub-assemblies, jump ahead to step 19, 20, these bulkhead pieces. So, C3. Let's move some of this about. Well, we also need E6. Let's get E6 while I've got that handy. That is that large piece there. So I'm just moving all of these big sprues over. C3 should be this one. Got a whole bunch of gribbly bits to put on that. I like the soft curtain effect here on this. That's a nice little touch. Okay. Fire extinguishers and other pieces here. G36, 47, and 57. G36. 47. 57. And here I've got 40 and G6. G6. G40. Right. Again, some seams on these pieces. So G47. This one. G36. And then G57. Lots of compressed gas there. Right. That little tab on it just needs taking off. So again, many of these pieces, the way they're made, they will only go in one way, which is always a nice provision on a kit. Okay, I'm wondering why that isn't going in. It's because this tab has not been trimmed down. So it's actually stopping it seating properly. Now it's stuck to the tummy extra thin, of course. Get off. Much better. There we go. Perfect. And then G6. So I hope that you can see I do nothing particularly special with my kits. I make the same mistakes that everybody else makes. You know, thing is, don't let that deter you. You know, all these things are redeemable. That goes, looks of it, onto those tabs there. I didn't shake the piece and get the pieces off afterwards. There. Like so. Oh, thank you very much. And just been brought, as you will see, I put it on this view. I've just been brought a nice sandwich by Maria. That's very kind of her. Very good. Tuna. Right. Okay. Those pieces can all go across here, awaiting drying and painting. We now have bombs. I'm going to make 6 of these. So D17, D47, and D54. Interesting. Little sort of screw thing at the back. I'm never quite sure what they're for on different bombs. Sometimes, obviously, they were just to make a noise. Sometimes they were to fuse the bombs, all kinds of different mechanisms. I don't pretend to know that much about World War II US ordnance at the top of my head. So here are a bunch of 17s. The corresponding 47s. I'm sure somebody in the chat will know. And then the D54, which conveniently the last piece on the sprue. Of course, we have 2 lots of those. They're actually on each of the engine sprue frames. Because we actually get 2 of those, of course, so it makes it nice and easy. And then the 54s down at the end here. to make sure I don't get them in the sandwiches. These are quite large pieces to cut off because of the depth. Because you've got these pieces, a little prop at the back. And this piece, which goes into here to get it the right depth. It's quite nice. And then this piece comes and kind of seals it off. They're slightly asymmetric, the cut on these. There we go. Yeah. Quite nice. So some people might look at that and say, well, that's not a realistic thickness for these veins and things. I don't know. I think people make some very quick assumptions without checking. I don't know how thick they were. It probably is too thick. I think the main thing is, does it look right? Or does it look acceptable? If you want to make these thinner, of course you can. You could trim these off and make replacements. I don't think I'm that bothered. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There should be another one. If you mean the Terry Thacker tribute decals, Rain, I have one set left in the shop. Now, I think for these, it's probably going to be best do them like so. Sort of stick these rear pieces together. Because once those are done, it should be easy to come back and trim and glue all of that without getting glue everywhere, which is the main thing I want to avoid. Oops. Oops. It's got that nice locating pin at the end here. Easy to use that to locate. Glue this down, and then you know that it's going to be aligned at the front because of that pin anyway. But this keeps all of this the right sort of angle, all squidged in. Try doing the glue the other way around. It'll make not one bit of difference. Just to prove the point. This is a very nice open tuna sandwich that my girlfriend has very kindly brought to me, unrequested. Though now you've mentioned coffee, nice iced coffee would be good. My dog has detected another dog going for a walk. So one of the nice things about Tamiya Extra Thin is it gives you the ability to work in sections. And I think it's something that's probably not mentioned very much in modeling videos. But you have the ability to sort of, if you think of it like welding, because you are welding, you're just welding with plastic and chemicals rather than with metal and heat. You know, you can almost like spot weld things. You can just like do one piece and then come back and do the other, which is exactly what I'm doing with these bombs. So I'm doing all of this because this is the business end that kind of keeps all of these pieces at the right angles. So like keeps these shafts, you know, I want these all to be kind of along the axis of the bomb, which is what that piece does. Keeps those centralized. That's what I'm trying to do, gluing all of these now here. And because we've got that tab, a little pin at the front there, I can go trim all of these pieces then along the kind of main body of the bomb without any real issues. And then knowing that I've glued this piece, so I don't have to put any glue here, I can just put a little bit of glue along here, just keep my fingers well out of the way of the join, just tack it together. So I'm not having to hold it on all pieces, which is when you're more likely to get glue seeping out and sticking and getting a big fingerprint that you then need to deal with on the bomb itself. Okay. Now, one of the things I'm not going to do is glue them to the racks. So you will have seen a common thread here between a lot of my other builds is that I don't necessarily, I use the instructions as kind of like a guide rather than an actual set of, directions, because I know that I'm going to want to paint things at different times to how it's actually going to tell me to, which actually does change the things I'm doing. Now, obviously, there are certain things I can and can't do depending on how the kit is constructed. And, for instance, these bomb racks, I can't put these bombs in after this, right? I have to put the bombs on these racks and then put the racks in, which means I've got to do some painting fairly soon, like of these pieces, because I can't really put a lot of that off that long. This piece could come in, this piece could come in, this could come in, that could all work, but this piece, I'm not going to be able to put all of these in like after this goes in. So this really has to be addressed, I think. Although I'm wondering if I could do this section in the fuselage and then put these in after. That might be possible. Because I'm looking at the way that this is constructed. See here, these two go on the racks. This then slots in. So I could paint the racks and this assembly, attach the bombs, which would be painted differently and separately, and those would go on. This assembly could all come in as part of the fuselage and be painted, and then this whole assembly, I think, could then be put in afterwards. So this is at the stage now that I'm thinking about exactly how am I going to go about, doing all the painting that I want to do during construction, how I actually want to do this. Same with these pieces down here. When we get to all of this. All of these, machine gun assemblies and okay. So N or B, let's have a look. What is N or B? N is olive green, B is black. It's my phone telling me. It's probably the Amazon thing. Why my phone light is on. It shouldn't be. Okay. Good. Okay, and N, I think, said was olive green. Now, olive green, I'm not sure these were olive green. Let me have a quick look. Caps lock on. That very much looks like US interior green to me. Or zinc chromate primer even. Let's have a look. Images. That's what we want to see. Oh, good grief, come on. Just want to see the... Okay, and it's not a... Not a very helpful website, that one. Let's look at images. Yeah, that definitely looks like interior green. Although you can never be 100% with restored examples. Looks very much like interior green on all of these. It's a lurid shade, isn't it? Look at all of the cushioning, yeah. Yeah, that looks like zinc chromate primer, and that looks like interior green. I think I'm going to go with a US interior green. I think that seems to be the... I don't know about the most accurate, but it looks like probably the most representative. Didn't see any in black there. Again, difficult to tell with restored examples, but a lot of museums, most museums do tend to do their research, and those were, you know, several different aircraft all showing the same kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, that makes it fairly easy for those. Fire extinguisher, I imagine, is red. Yes. Usually the way. Okay, so that's not a problem for painting then. So what is it giving us the choice of between here? So they appear to be exactly the same here. D51, D43, E1, and an H. I'm not sure what it's trying to show differently here, unless it's just the positions of the guns. That's a very bizarre. If you can see that there, you have two pieces here which look absolutely identical. Unless I'm missing something really obvious. Oh, it's just where they're putting them. There is actually a difference. It's just it's so tiny. It's which of these little plate positions you're putting this on. Yeah, fair enough. I bet it's easier to see in the video, but not too worried about that. Okay, so I think that's the plan for these. So I'll test that theory before doing anything. So that is 20. And then we also have E12. That's easy to get. Easy to find, at least. So let's get the. That's not the side we did before. So here's our fuselage half. E12 is the rear one. So that's that part. This one is this one. Like so. So yeah, I don't think it's going to provide any issue because these are the slots here, here, that the racks go into. So you can fit those in from underneath. I don't think that's going to be any issue at all. So with that, we need F2 and F52. Oops. Just throwing pieces of sprue around. So that's F2. 52 is this one. So yeah, those just come together like that with the bum racks on. Easy. Easy, he says. Not thinking about what might happen in the future. Remember I said that? Just in case it turns horrible. Like, you said it would be easy, Alex. What didn't I account for? That's always the thing. So yeah, I think, making the model your way is, I think, an important part of modeling. I think as long as you study the instructions, and try things, working out what is best for you. If I did this in exactly the way that ICM are calling out, I would find it a nightmare in terms of the way it's painted, for the way I paint models. I much prefer to try and paint everything in situ as much as I can. However, we've hit the 3-hour mark, so I'm going to pause at that point to go get a drink, finish this lovely sandwich, and possibly pop to the loo. Let me very quickly. I need some form of be right back image. I think this will probably do. There we go. We will pause there. Be right back.
Alrighty. Also got an opportunity to get my tweezers. So these are a pair of Rolson number 7 non-magnetic stainless steel bent needle nose tweezers, which I find are really useful for stuff like this, you know, positioning things. So looks to not be bad. So I mentioned, the placement of this would be much easier with these. So I find getting something like that, you can position them and use a decent amount of force with them too to actually get them where you want. So I've got a couple of different pairs of tweezers. I'd recommend same sort of thing. Not everything works for every position, every job. Find what find what works for you. That's the best advice I can give. It's all look quite nice though. It's all come together quite well. I like the way that they have the instrument backs as well. So if you did want to put, wires and stuff on these, you have that capacity. It's not just a flat back. That's quite a nice little touch. All right. Let's have a little bit more play with these bombs. Let's see if my theory on these we'll still keep up before works. I think we're good. Also allows you to make little adjustments just to try and align them as well as possible to minimize the amount of cleanup you're doing on the sides. And the reason I'm just taking, these little tab pieces off on the side first is so that they don't interfere with the fit. And nicely, they're all together. They're not just, on alternative sides, which means we'll get a relatively clean side to the bomb. Then one which needs a bit more work. So hopefully we can manipulate them so that not having to do too much work on the sides that are more visible. Also known as cheating. I'm all for a pragmatic approach to the hobby. It's meant to be a fun hobby. If exacting detail and doing stuff that nobody can see is your thing, then that's all great. But the majority of people, there's a limit how much of that you can tolerate before it becomes unpleasurable. Still, I'm cracking through these bombs quite quickly. It's good.
Now, I'm going to be using Outlaw paints for the majority of spraying with this, but I'm going to use ICM paints for all of the hand painting and detail work. So a couple of reasons for that is the Outlaw paints are really quick. So because they're lacquer, they're hot, so they, kind of chemically bond to the plastic, if you like, because the solvents in them will attack plastic in the same way that plastic glue does, only at a sort of micro level, but still that makes them very hard and resilient. Well, it's very resilient. It does make them hard. Their formula makes them hard. In fact, they're an acrylic lacquer. So it keys the paint, so they act as kind of their own primer, effectively. A bit like having an etch primer for metal in auto work. Which means that acrylic paints can go straight onto them, without too much of an issue. And the reason I'm using ICM paints, one, obviously it's an ICM kit, so it seems to make sense to use ICM colours. Also, I found ICM paints are really, really good for hand brushing. They're one of the few paints that are actually about the right consistency to paint with straight out of the pot, as it were, even though they're dropper bottles, which isn't true for 99% of other manufacturers. I'm including Vallejo in that. Most paint manufacturers paint is much too thick to use undiluted, whereas ICM paints, I find, don't obey that rule. You can use them pretty much for most things straight from the bottle. So, and yet they do seem to have quite a high pigment density. Some colours are better than others. I haven't had much luck with their red, yellow, or metallics. Well, no, that's not true. With their light metallics like silver. I don't like their silver, I must say. But the greys, whites, browns, greens, and their light blues, grey blues and stuff, really, really nice. They also do a rubber black, which is really good. So yeah, combination of those two, Outlaw, nice and tough, very quick, keys the paint. Speed is one of the primary advantages of any lacquer, right? You can spray, within a few seconds of actually spraying it, you're done. You're ready to move on and do other painting, which isn't true with basically any other paint, including acrylic. Whereas I know I can spray this, interior green, and it'll be dry in a few seconds. And then if I want to go to detail painting, I can get those acrylics out and start painting with them immediately. So that's what I'm going to be doing when I get to the painting stage of things. I don't have a caffeine IV, but I do have these. I think these ones are from Lidl. All coffees. They're great. I kind of go and buy them in bulk because you have to, because otherwise all of the light ones disappear. So you've got to get in there quick. By the way, somebody was talking about the Northern Lights earlier. If anybody sees them, let me know. I'd love to see them. I've never seen the Northern Lights, and for a storm to be intense enough for them to be seen down here is pretty much unheard of. It happens once in a blue moon, maybe once or twice in a lifetime. So I don't want to miss that if there is the opportunity. G41 and G52 are the two racks. G. Even though I've been using it a lot, seems to, for some reason, have been right at the bottom of the pile. Right, this is 52. Is that right, James? Well, it's about time they came here and sorted us out, isn't it? They're overdue. Now, I'm trying to work out is which side goes which. "52" is assembly 23. Assembly 23 goes this side, so this one goes this side, this way round, like that. Okay. That looks correct. Good. Let's glue that in place before I move it. And then let's get the other one. So yeah, when I've got the better lights tomorrow, you know, the overview, this side view here that I'm pointing to, it should be a lot better, the overview side of things. As I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, it's because I have my lights here, which are for face-to-face, if that's the right thing. They're for the webcam, not my overhead rig, which is for modeling, which basically holds similar lights up in this kind of configuration, so you can see you're getting, you know, even light overall rather than this, you know, very oblique shadow from having them at the side here. So apologies for that, but as I said right at the beginning, I kind of haven't prepped for this. I wanted it to be kind of impromptu, kind of like just grabbing a kit and making it with you guys, rather than it being everything set up, you know, to the nth degree, which would be fine. It'd just be a different sort of stream, right? So I am learning or adapting in this process as we go together. And that's one thing I didn't really think about until I got here, and was like, oh, yeah, I should really do that. Right, so having that, and let's just go E5 is the other piece I need. Which is the big overhead ceiling piece, which is now on the floor somewhere. Unfortunately, it's a great big massive piece of plastic, so easy to find. What a weird shape. Huh. Interesting. I always think it's interesting when you do a kit which is quite detailed. You know, obviously the manufacturers have done their research and reproduced all this stuff. You often find out things about, you know, an aircraft that you thought you knew, and suddenly you think, oh, I didn't realize that it was, you know, X, Y, and Z, that it had this and that, this piece there, etc. So this goes kind of like that. This goes in the bottom here, like this, and yeah, that's what I thought. These kind of splay out. Sort of a very low, very sharp V. So obviously the bombs didn't all hit each other on the way out. Okay, so I guess that is actually more or less on that roof. More or less. Okay, that's why that was hollow. Okay, let's get that side again. Oh, I see. That's because that goes over the wing, of course. So the wing spars go. Clever, clever, clever. That actually makes a lot of sense. Who would have thought that, you know, construction of an aircraft would actually make sense in the end? Of course, I'm still trying to do this with 2 hands when ideally 3 would be best. Just if I can, I want to try and get that angle fixed a little bit. I mean, there will be a bit of wiggle room because it's only attached at one point. But I want to have the rough angle there, so I'm not fighting it when it actually comes to put it in. So again, it's just, if you're going to depart from the instructions, if you're going to do your own thing, it's all good, but try and plan ahead to make sure that you're not making a rod for your own back. You're going to be fighting what you've done in the future. I think that's actually good. I think we have enough angle there from how it's glued at the bottom. You've got a couple of millimeters wiggle room there, which can accommodate in there. So that's good. I'm just wondering if it is actually worth fixing any of these pieces. But I think if we do that, it might be hard to then put that piece in. So I think I'm going to shy away from that and leave that as it is for the moment. I may change my mind, we'll see. So we have a bunch of bombs made. So generally with stuff like this, you know, that has seams that need cleaning up, I don't try to clean up any of those like the same day that I've glued them, just to make sure that they're absolutely dry. Just trying to sand stuff which has any amount of liquid cement on it is usually disastrous. You know, the plastic becomes a lot softer, you change the properties, it can rub, it can tear, so best to just leave it. Oh, 10:30 is it that the Northern Lights are predicted? Good. Well, that sets our next break then, doesn't it? Quite nicely. So we also have some other pieces here. Just debating what to do with these. Yes, I think like these little mounts for these machine guns. I'm not sure it really matters the colour of those. I think those could be the same sort of gunmetal as those. This piece, because it's completely separate, can be painted all in one. But then the rear here also has that entire piece. Is it better just to do that? I think really, this is the problem when it's got too much detail. You know, if it was just empty inside, you wouldn't have any of this problem. See, that's what the difference is referring to. It's whether you put it on this mount or this mount. So tiny, tiny difference. Do have a couple of little sink marks there. Yeah, I really think that's only going to be an issue if you decide you want to, you know, go whole hog, open these up. Interestingly, that seat isn't at 90 degrees to the floor. That must have been really awkward. Sort of sitting in like partially slanted chair. I mean, there's not a lot of room in here anyway. But God, it must have been uncomfortable. Especially with the prospect of then opening this big sliding door and gunning things out of the hole. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Now the other piece, 30. We have F50, G1, G49. G1 is nice and easy. G49 is this complicated site. Well, site kind of aiming mechanism for the rear machine gun. Pretty advanced for the time, I'm guessing. So you could operate the machine gun the other side of the big armored block. Again, gleaming seams which you can't even see, but just get into the habit, don't you? F50. What a cramped space this was. Okay, that gets right down at the bottom. So the small little G1 piece goes on first. Okay. With pieces like this, I often find actually tweezers are almost counterproductive with how much of the piece you have to get hold of, unless it's got something reasonable to grab hold of. This one does seem to have, so. Something like this, however, is very easy, you know. Okay. See? Interesting. So I'm wondering, why doesn't that sit quite right? And guess what? It's because there's this extra little bit here, which isn't part of the actual piece. Again, it's one of those little tabs. Sometimes they're just so difficult to tell. That fits much better now. Nice. So again, I won't be putting the glazing in until I've actually sprayed this. Wow. Kind of locks into that little piece there, which is quite neat. Then you have this whole complex assembly. G28, G38, G61 is the rear gunner position, the actual machine guns. G38. Oh, I'm looking at F. Why am I looking at F? Here we go. G38. G28. G61. Not the easiest piece to remove, G61, because it is really complex. Yeah, let's move these out of the way so you can't actually see the pieces. Really complex. Again, we've got another. There's one of those little nubs on there. Look. Just trying to be very careful about this piece. I really don't want to break it. I really like these machine guns. The rendition that they've done of them, I think, is pretty good. See, we do need to take these tabs off the top. Just clean those up. So, for machine guns, you'll see I'll do this tomorrow. I always paint them black, and then I metal them with graphite. So, you know, just like what we would call pencil lead in the UK. It's not lead, of course. It used to be many, many, many years ago, but it was changed to graphite. Again, many years ago. You can just buy powdered graphite, or you can just scrape it off a pencil. It gives a nice metallic sheen when on black. So, how the hell do these attach? So, looks like this way up, that piece like that. And there should be a couple of, oh yes, I see. A couple of grooves. Yeah. Like so. Like that, is it? No, it is the other way. Okay. See, this is not how I would normally do a model, because this all needs to be assembled. It needs to have the transparency put on and then be put in the rear here before this can be closed up. Whereas normally I wouldn't attach things like turrets and stuff until after I painted the outside. I hate having like sticky out bits. It's like this bit concerns me. You know, I hate having those before painting because the probability of me messing them up is high. Only because I'm a klutz, you know. That's this one, isn't it? That's the back of the main cockpit. Yeah, goes there. Very nice. With this massive cockpit piece. Nice. Quite a roomy cockpit, really. And considering I just did the Beaufort, and that is not a roomy cockpit by any stretch of the imagination. But it's always struck me, the Marauder, as being a bit of a tubster. Little bit of a tubster. Yeah, so there's a lot of machine guns that I need to think about here. Got a couple of D51s as well. And the reason I'm getting all of those out is, of course, well, they're going to be on the ones I've got two of them. Is because I do want to spray those all at the same time. Now, that, of course, is not a molded and lug, unlike the one underneath. That one is, and needs to be removed. Again, that's where I say the thin piece of a thin pair of double-bladed might actually be better. But that is obviously gun sight. Now, it's obviously just a flat piece of plastic. So if you were going to change something, that is one of the things. I do have photo etch. I may decide just to replace those. Don't know. Depends how ambitious I'm feeling. And then the other one, same thing. D51. And then off there. Yeah, because these are quite nice, but I do feel an open sight there would just kind of finish it off. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The Hampton. I mean, it was, what was it called? Like the suitcase or something? It is such a narrow body. I mean, where do I put the instructions? Okay. So lots of machine guns, more machine guns for the upper turret. P or F? What colours are P and F? P is camouflage green. F is natural steel. Okay, so I guess it depends on which version we're doing, right? Because that is exterior color, not interior color. According, again, to this, which is not necessarily accurate. Let's do another quick search. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to see somebody else's model of the turret. That's not kind of what I'm looking for. See, I like pictures like this. Oh, which of course instantly doesn't show. Like this picture here. Because you can actually see in a real aircraft. It's just, you can't really get a good idea of what that is. I mean, those just look black, but interesting though to see the one-piece plexiglass cover there. It actually had armor. Right. So we haven't actually found anything there. And the problem is there are plenty of contemporary pictures, and it's just seeing them in colour. I don't want to go to a different tab, thank you. Look out. This does show, look at the dirt on this Marauder. Look at the weathering on those invasion stripes. I mean, that is Sully level of filth on that. Including, look at all the oil and exhaust staining on those. I mean, this is obviously a restored one. I mean, clearly at the back, I mean, this is a later mounting. Actually, I'm not sure it is. That looks pretty much exactly like what we have here. But that looks like interior green. Very much so. Again, restored, but again, generally restoration is done pretty sympathetically. Again, look at the dirt or discoloration on this Marauder. I mean, the different tones on that are incredible. Look, the ailerons look like they're from a different aircraft, which is possible, of course. But even the way the colour fades across it is impressive. God, that does not look like a... Oh, yeah, and here we go, look. There is that position. It looks natural aluminium, and this looks like natural aluminium as well in there. Interesting. All very interesting. So I think, you know, the value of reference photos on deciding what you're going to do is at least gives you an idea. You don't have to follow these things exactly, but you know, the fact that we saw there various different iterations from natural metal through interior green, possibly some black, you know. A lot of the, you know, there wasn't necessarily, even if there was an ordered standard, it wasn't necessarily followed. You know, it depends on what they had at the time. There was a war on, but just give you an idea. It's something to work from. So I think we don't have to worry too much then about what that color is. We can work with that. So let's put this together. So G39 and G46 are the two machine guns. Here's our fiddly bit sprue, which we had literally a few seconds ago. And I can't see it. There it is. Here we go. There's G39. And well, that's 39, actually, that was 46. What were these little tabs? The only thing I would say you've got to watch out for on modern ICM kits is all these little tabs and that you don't leave them on. As I have done at several points in this build tonight. And then wonder why the parts don't fit properly. There's quite a lot of 50 cal machine guns. Not a ridiculous amount the B-17 had, but still, what have we got? 6 so far? I think the ones in the lower fuselage weren't used very much, actually, in practice. They proved to be a bit useless. Right. Got a lot of parts from sprue F as well here. The big one is F53, which is this beast here. Which bears looking at actually by itself, because this is a pretty complex sculpt. You know, it's pretty nice as a base for the turret. These. go in here. G21. Looks to be our gunner's actual aiming firing handles. Almost like a little PlayStation joystick kind of controller. G12, which looks like the base for the site, or the site itself. Actually, looking at it now, I'm not sure what that is at all. Sort of G's. I've got a few more from F. We have F46 and 49. That's F46 just fall on the floor. F49. F41. Just thin little piece here. And F25. That's actually a footrest, isn't it? That little bar. What did I just say? F25. Which is this armoured seat. I was trying to use those single-bladed nippers there just to shave this down without putting stress on one side. But I don't think I can do that. There we go. That is sufficiently clean for a part like that. I guess the thing is, if you broke this, you could use a piece of wire to replace it. It's quite a big fat turret, isn't it? It's probably one of the safest places in the plane. Right, I have to find that piece I just dropped. There we go. Well, the Mosquito was certainly a snug cockpit, but the Hampton, there was no side by side. It was single pilot width, effectively. So again, a pre-application here is going to be the way. There we go. Nice. All pretty simple, that. Take these out. So in this piece, it's a little clean up. So that stands here at an angle. So a bit of glue to start with. And then this is where the tweezers come in. A lot easier than trying to do that by fat fingers. And underneath, this is that sort of control piece. Which had the tab in the middle, which needs shaving out. There we go. That looks right, but I'm going to have a little look. How do I stop that? There we go. No. It's very annoying that you can't just show the screen. You have to show a specific tab, which is super annoying. Okay, that was quick. Now, one of the things you can do with YouTube is slow stuff down. So if you're finding something was too fast, okay, so yeah, I was correct in where it goes. I can cement that in place now. So it's a really nice feature, and these, obviously, you know what I think about these instructions. I think they're fantastic. But you know, the ability to check and just slow stuff down to your speed, pause things in real time, you know, it's just great. So this goes on this little tab at the back here. This piece goes on here. Now, what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to attach this one. I'm not going to attach the seat because I think that would make it difficult to paint. Think. Yeah, that's obscuring a lot. You know, it's difficult to get the brush in, do any detail work once that is on as well. Just needs a little bit off there. Be able to fit properly. Yeah, definitely. Spray that, spray the seat, and then I'll just take that little piece off and just attach the seat on after. Definitely the way to do that. These pieces inwards. No. Yes. Second guessing myself. And the clear piece comes over that. But I'll leave those because I want to paint those separately. Lots and lots of little sub-assemblies is the way this seems to be going. So we also have these, all these pieces of bulkhead and stuff, which I want to all be ready, the same as the other half of the fuselage, so that, again, I can spray everything all at the same time and not be going backwards and forwards between things. So F12 and G50. So F31 there. So this one. F10. Now, things like this bulkhead, I am going to be gluing in place before spraying. but because I want it to be the right position and angle, I'm going to have to put it in one side, glue, then the fuselage halves together. There. To make sure it's in the right, to make sure it's in the right place on both sides. So I can actually dry in the right place. She's a bit of a tubster. What is the bulkhead? The back there. I missed that one. C2. Don't think I took that one out. We didn't, because that's here. As well as there's the insert for the turret. Okay, that does go that way up. I'm going to do exactly the same thing here. I don't think I probably need to put them together, but I think that is good enough. So it's not going to need it. And this piece comes in across there like so. Yeah, now the turret just drops into that. Turret assembly will just drop in. That's actually a perfect fit. So we're going to go ahead and add this in. You can actually start to see from underneath how it would have actually looked to be in there. Just start to put all this together. And just making sure the fit is correct. All looks good. So it just drops in place like so. All good. This piece goes somewhere here, leave across the two top like that. I think it's like that. Weird. Must be something to do with the tail, I assume. Right. For that I needed G50, didn't I? Here we go. G50. Okay. Okay, let's just put this on. It's right up in the front here. Front bulkhead. Okay. On this side, it doesn't want to stick. Okay. Yep. Okay. We're getting there slowly. We've used 5 hours. No, 4.5. That's not too bad. So I'll give it 3 minutes and then we'll go and see if we can see the northern lights or whether that's going to be a bust. Which would be disappointing, but you know, so be. Means I'll have to trip to the Arctic Circle at some point instead. Okay, so I think the main thing to do now is actually go through and do, because obviously we've got all of this side kitted out, the great part. This side is looking very naked by comparison, so we need to do the same thing on this side that we've got on that side. I think we can put some of the bulkheads in place, some of them, for painting. Some we'll leave out for ease of painting. Bearing in mind we still need to drill these holes for the gun blisters. But I think that's the next part, is to go do all of the same things that we've already done for the port side to the starboard side. G15 and G56, G48, G10. Gosh, there's a lot of little bits to go on there. Right, let's cut all of those off, and then it's Northern Lights time. Okay, that's a G15. G56. G48. There's this one. A G10. There. Right. Let's go and see what's happening with the Northern Lights. Be right back.
Well, that was nothing. So, yeah, there'll be no blindness, no triffids for me. It was slightly overcast. You could see through, yeah, the odd star, the moon, but there was certainly no, or at least the cloud cover was too much to show any variation in light or any northern lights, which is a shame, but you know. So apparently the skies will be awash. Inverness to Kent, Orney to Anglesey to Norwich. So, wow. Good chance of sighting across Scotland, Northern Ireland, parts of Northern England and Wales in particular. Yes. I'm not really thinking that we're going to see anything tonight. Down as far as we are, because we're in the southwest. Difficult, I think. So, hey ho, more modelling. Might give it a go after the stream just to see. You never know. There's always a chance. Always a chance. So let's have a little look what we have left here. So I've got all the G pieces there. These little bibbly bits. Quite a few. Including ones that need some decals when we come to that. Let's move that out of the way. So we need G15 goes right up there. Now this is where these will help. G56 is this little panel here, which does need a little trimming. G48 goes in those two little pins there. And again, a little bit of ejector pin mark there, which could give a little bit of a scrape for, but nothing more than that really. That and
a little bit tammy extra thin just to smooth out scraping. And this goes into those two pinholes, like so. I think that's reduced that enough. Once we've got some paint on there, I don't think we're going to see too much more of that. This one, which needs a little bit of this side. There we go. Then we need F37, which is the counterpart to the other side of the bomb racks. Oops. So we need F1, which is this part for the rear. Any more Fs? Don't think so here. Nope. Do a bit of cleanup still on this one. This is the one that had that bent piece. Just ease that back into position. There we go. These pieces off. A little bit. No, that's going to be on the other side of that, so it doesn't matter. Yep, there's two locating pins. Right, we need G29 and G32. G32, the headrest, and G29 is that weird horn piece. Don't know what it is. It goes by the bomb rack. D44 as well. But also, while I'm here, we've got the two G23 and G16. There's G23. And G16 is the rear one. Yep. Good night, Wayne. Hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. This one. That's where we go. Oh, I broke it exactly the same as I broke the other one. Believable. And it broke in the same way. So weird. Well, actually, I don't suppose it is weird. If it's going to break, it's probably going to break in the same way each time, isn't it? Maybe I just use the tweezers. There we go. 2 rails. Have you seen this side? I've not actually trimmed them this side. I'm going to wait till that's dry and then trim those to avoid any possible breakage. Having done it twice already. Okay, let's get this weird horn piece in place. This is the piece that goes just here. This piece, which fits very nicely, just as it does on the other side. And lock that in place. Yeah. Right, let's get the little headrest. Get right way around this time. Like so. F48. See the big side panel. The other challenge that we have tomorrow is getting the 50 grams weight of this thing. G44, which is the little chair. Not even sure you call it a chair. Okay. Oops. Accidentally knocked off a flap or something. Okay. This piece of the fuselage. Just taking off because it needs painting on the inside. So this basically goes here. Looks like a nice fit, which is good. And of course, I've got all of the pieces across here. The open bay door. All right. Oh. Not a problem, Stuart. Good to see you. Ah, that's a shame. That's a shame. If I'd heard about them before, like last night, I'd have been out there, but didn't have a clue. All right, so let's put all of that to one side. So the next steps are the horizontal stabilizers and rudder, or vertical stabilizer and rudder, which I think is a nice piece of this kit, the way they've done it in molding this piece with the correct angle, because it's quite a, a distinctive angle and actually taper to the pieces on the marauder. I think that's a good solution, having basically the lower piece, or sorry, the upper piece, having that molded in. And we also need the rudder, which is C. Not the rudder, sorry, the vertical stabilizer, which the rudder goes onto, of course. Drop to the floor somewhere. How can such a large piece, falling such a small distance, go so far? Right. I'm trying to be careful here not to gouge the plastic, but also to remove enough that there are no pieces which kind of interfere with any fit. Now, on these, what I generally like to do first is do it from this part inside where the horizontal stabilizer control surface is going to go, because that's hidden. Which again gives you a good idea of fit without being finely committed. It amazes me sometimes how pieces with very positive locating pins, you can struggle to actually get them to go together sometimes. Once you get them, usually bang on, but sometimes you have to will them together. Can't focus. Stupid thing. And the only thing is, once you've got excess glue on the surface like that, is just to make sure you do not touch it. If you don't touch it, it'll evaporate without any damage. If you do touch it, that's when the problems happen. Okay, I think that's all all done. Yes, another sub-assembly. Okay, we are down to the hardcore tonight now. As time goes on, appreciate it is now 23:13 in the UK, obviously much earlier in the US. I should say North America, because it doesn't just belong to US. Obviously Canada, South America. I'm guessing the majority of people that are going to be on today are going to be from Europe and the US. A smattering of Canadians. Interesting that the way that this fits on. Can't really put it on until this is on the fuselage, which is interesting. Okay. That's okay, so C9 and C10 are the rudder. That's these pieces. While I'm here, take the wings off here. This is the starboard wing I'm taking off at the moment. So that's on frame C. Well, the top of it, and then that's weird. It's got the lower port, the upper starboard wing. Then we have C14, maybe C4. We're done with frame C. And this is B12. B1 goes for C14. And take off the wings while we're here. The other thing I don't like about these wings is the fact that they have the pitot tubes on them, because the chances of those not breaking off during assembly are slim, I feel, at best. I'd much rather have those as separate assemblies at the end to add. But that's not where we are, so I'll just deal with them as they are. Not how we would wish them to be. Marauder also seems to have quite a thin wing for such a, I don't mean like thin that way, I mean narrow wing for such a tubby aircraft. Don't know what the wing loading was like. Anywho, let's just put it over the side for a second. Big old chunky rudder. That's a great fit. I mean, really good fit. In fact, I may as well. There's no point in taking that off now. That gives a really nice impression, actually, as well, of a metal stabilizer with a fabric. Very subtle. Sort of fabric covered rudder. And these trailing edges are commendably thin. See, I can be a bit more liberal. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. But I was going to say, I could be a bit more liberal on these sides because no one will see these anyway. I did not mean to drip a load down there. But again, if you just leave it, it'll evaporate, it'll be fine. Of course, the quicker it evaporates, the better. See if I can avoid doing the same thing again. It's only slightly open. There we go. Much better. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to look at, all the bits that I'm going to have to paint in on the interior. Get those pieces done so I can spray them. But just looking here, not until step 63 we actually get to doing the interior of the undercarriage bay doors. Right. So there's also a lot on here that I need to, like these fillets, F21 and F28. These two that go on the inside, so they're painting before they putting it. So just lots of bits like that. Anywho, F29, F30, 29, 30, 29 is that side, 30 is that side, and then 9. So please. We have F4. And F5. F5. F4. F40. Okay. Now I have all of those pieces. Let's see what the bay looks like. Okay, so it's asking us to put that in like so. This one. Very deep wells. Like this. Okay. This is F4, which goes how exactly? think it's meant to go in what? Doesn't make any sense. That would make sense, but that's not how it goes. Is it? No, it's the wrong way around. Videos. Where's the video? Let's go back to the video. Oh, not quite as far as that. Here we go. Around here. Okay. That looks correct. Okay, I didn't understand that at all. So here we have this. Right. Whoa. Let's playback speed 0.25. Come on. And play. Okay, like that, and like that. Does not work. That does not work. It just doesn't. That's impossible. That works. Okay, so it's like that. Okay. Hi, Stuart. It's a great kit. Sometimes the instructions are somewhat difficult to follow. Even the video has saved me a few times, 3 times. So yeah, the video is fantastic. The ICM, step-by-step 3D instructions. Because if it was just the CAD instructions, I mean, they're good instructions, but there are some complex assemblies here, some very clever assemblies, but they don't necessarily make intuitive sense until you've actually been through them. I mean, that is great. Really good. If I hadn't watched that video at quarter speed, I would not have worked out that that was the correct way of doing it that quickly. I mean, I'd have got there eventually, I guess. Maybe it's just that it's now 20 to 12. My brain has slowed down, but that didn't seem very intuitive. That's what I'm going to say. Right, then that piece comes in. I mean, this is the parts go together fantastically. The engineering of the kit, I think, is pretty flawless so far. I've broken a couple of pieces. I think that's probably just me being clumsy with it. Well, that is great. The thing I like about the way ICM do these kinds of things is they engineer them like the actual things, like the Beaufort landing gear was very complex. But when it built up, it was really solid assembly. It didn't feel like it would be, and it's made of very thin components, but it functions perfectly. And it looks like the real thing because they've engineered it kind of in the same way. Obviously, slightly different to accommodate the fact it's plastic, and plastic isn't as strong as, in terms of scale, in terms of what it was, the steel that things were made of. But I mean, that is a very clever assembly, and that's going to be very strong, that kind of box structure there, the way it interlocks. But I'm trying at the moment, so I haven't followed the instructions exactly, as you can tell, because I've got I'll just move this around, all of these sub-assemblies, which obviously the kit does not have you do. So I'm just trying to get this back on the stand. And I'm doing that because of how I want to get everything sprayed and painted before I do big things together. And I think that's as far as I'm going to go on that piece. F15, it looks like we've got kind of a fillet because the wings are quite chunky. Yeah, it is. It's like an insert fillet. I mean, it just shows you how far manufacturers have come. That, ICM are able to put this level of clever engineering into their kits. As a smaller manufacturer operating in a country at war. It really is quite incredible. So yeah, I have some minor niggles that I don't personally like, because the way I like do kits, like molded in pitot tubes, I don't like the thing, because the probabilities of me breaking it off are very high because I'm clumsy. But that's not really a complaint of the kit, it's just that's how they've decided to do it, and I don't happen to like that, but that's a personal preference, Okay, so obviously we have all the separate flaps, ailerons. They're designed to go in one place, but of course you can make it so that they are separate. So one of the things is I don't really want to join the wings up until I've sprayed all this, but I do kind of want to get the nacelles sprayed as well. Just wondering if there's a way to do it, and there is, because the nacelles make up separately, so that's a good thing. Yeah, and the other thing for ICM kits is generally they engineer their kits as wheels down only. So if you want to do wheels up, you kind of have to work that out by yourself. I don't find that a problem because I generally do mine wheels down anyway. But if you were looking to do that, that is one thing to be aware of. So that's that one. Where's the other one? Two. No, drop that on my sandwich. That's not ideal. Where have I put the other lower wing? I don't know. There we go. Dropped it on the floor. So let's do the same thing on this side. So this time I need 22. Which is that side. $23. 8. Three. And 6. And 39 at the back. Okay. Now the other part of the kit, of course, is these little nubs that you have to make sure you get off everything because they're everywhere. Which obviously ensures that the parts are molded correctly. But sometimes they do look like they are part of the part and not something separate. So you do need to check, because one, you don't want parts that have those on when you're trying to fit something and it's in the way. And two, you don't want to shave off something that you think is one of those little nubs. It's actually not your part. And yes, I have done that before as well. All right. So just as with the former one, put this together in place. giving it a fairly liberal coat of Tamiya, extra thin. Yeah, sometimes I find these little clamps are actually better than tweezers because they are easier to manipulate the part with. Okay, so these go like so. Pretty neat, those, the way that all fits together. And where does this go? Yeah, it does go that way. At the back. I put it on the right way. Very clever. And then that little billet piece. There we go. Check I've not made any big mistakes. Making sure that this all still fits. Yep, that looks like it's good. Right, let's have a look at cowlings. That's the word. I know a word. 98 and 96. No, that's not right. It's B4, B11. B4. B11. And let's see. B3, B10. B3. B10. More of those little bobbly bits. The first part is indeed, Mark, almost done. I guess we'll find out tomorrow if I have the stamina for the second part. My brain is definitely starting to fade because I can't work out how to do some of these pieces now. It should be obvious. Not sure which way up to hold that. Right, B3. That should be the right piece. That should go in this way. Right? No, that's upside down. Surely. It's this piece. It's there. There it is. Yeah, my brain is gone. B10. Right. That does make sense, actually. There we go. Okay. I was hoping to get these done tonight. I'm not sure I'm going to. And I'm not sure I'll sleep without dreaming about plastic, but I will definitely sleep. I very rarely have trouble sleeping. Doesn't mean I won't dream, but yeah, that's okay. There. It's just quite a complex fit because it's got to go in 3 places, basically. It's got to have those 2. Whilst that fits together, which is hard. there. Oh, come on. Come on, 2 minutes. You can do it, Alex. There. Yeah, that fits well, actually. Once you actually understand what you're doing, don't treat it like a Muppet. Then this little piece goes in front of that, which will be interesting. Kind of as a second layer. Ooh, ooh, ooh. There we go, like that. It's quite neat, actually. And now it fits up against like so, and undercarriage fits in. Very good. Midnight will stop, indeed. Well, oof, gosh. See, that's why these things aren't generally set up like that. Different light for different cameras for different situations. So otherwise you end up completely washed out like this. Oh, no, that's not right. Just pressing buttons now without knowing what I'm doing. There we go. Okay. So, as I mentioned, tomorrow I'll have my lighting rig with the looking down lights, which will give much better visibility because these things are not ideal for that. I didn't really think about that before starting this screen, so I'll do that tomorrow. So that'll improve the quality of what you can actually see on the bench. It also means I can have this camera kind of looking out wider and actually visible. So that should be good. But got a lot of sub-assemblies done. Not really sure where I'm up to in the build because I've kind of gone all over the place. I want to get these together and this cells so that, again, I can paint all of the insides of all of those pieces together. So do all the internal painting because then I can actually get the fuselage together. And we'll see how it goes after that. So there'll be spraying tomorrow, as well as some hand painting, bit of weathering, bit of shading, and we'll see where we get to. Tomorrow's the big one, 10 hours. So it's going to be a long one. See what state I'm in at the end of that. So thank you so much for everybody who's joined. Those of you who were there from the beginning and stuck all the way through. Thank you very much for spending your Saturday evening with me. Hope you all have a good night's rest and join me from 2 o'clock UK time tomorrow. Again, through to midnight, 10 hours. We'll see how we do. Okay, that's all for me tonight. Have a great one. See you again. Bye now.